Hey everyone, welcome back. Hope you all had a great weekend so far. Sorry, great week so far. But I also do hope that you are gonna get a good weekend. But let's wait with those pleasantries until we're done with today. As far as I know, there haven't been any new things as of yet. Some 20th of last month. But we are done with the big whale. So now I think we are gonna look for some samples, I think. You know, that whole chemistry marker that were in the north-ish region. That's our goal today. See what in the world that's about. See? If y'all are ready. Come on, read these guys. Our energy holdings are very low. Alright, that's the thing. Knew there was something I'd forgotten. So yeah, the whale's still here. So yeah, that's because there's still work being done here. And I've used some of the time to work with some of that. Completely forgot that I was supposed to take care of this. That is my fault, and I apologize for it. I had every single intention of being done with this. Before we start today. At least you're at somewhere in the 60s. This time I'm not gonna be just some laid back Belland. What the f- Huh? Alright then, that's a first. I have never have those explode before. I don't quite get how that was possible. Nothing got damaged. See if we can get a bit closer. I have no idea if this is close or not. Yes, you just have to believe. Let's take it this time. Let's have to remove them. Yeah, this is significantly faster. Well, it is what it is. About 0. The large one still 2. 0.2, I guess. Alright. 90. I thought so. I think I've made some more space. I'll go and make a new save. Just in case. Let's pause here. And see what it looks like. 99. 100. Awesome. All the way down. 0 ones. And then we're gonna save again. That was way easy. Alright, buddy. Let's go. Whoa. Did we get your ship? That would have been bad very fast. If our body started to drag us down with them. Yeah, 5 mini ones. One. And wonder what would get out of it. That we can't. And how about just directly into here? More battery. Yeah. 9 fabric. But we're not getting a lot of it. A lot out of it. Same. Goes. That's still plastic. Good. Hello there. Have you already found oil? Seems so. Right on. Let's see. I want oil tank. Yeah. This is luckily a small one. Still weird? Don't know. I mean, we could. The wonder noise here. It would look strange, but I don't care about strange. I care about efficiency. And that is efficient. Come on. Rubber. Fabric. And cables for fuel. Over there. I guess we might have thrifted. Yeah, we had. I forgot. Really wish that we could use these more efficiently. Sure, I could just use the energy at the ship, but in case that we need to recharge that bad boy, and I'd rather have all of that power in the ship. Still turning, but only ever so slightly. And slowly. Need to get up here. I get the back end of it. Oh. Try to get the tip up here. Let's try. We would need to run a line down. Already gone to one point in the middle of the ship, so that should be doable. Yeah. And yeah. Bollocks. Come on, let me get up to it. Good. And then we make one part. You and removes this one so we can get in closer. Really? Exactly too short. Forgot 90. I think that's too short. Not much too short, but still too short. Was in a Jace. I used all of that. Alright, about 8,000. Which we could place up here. Would it be so great? On the ground even. I think that one 10,000 capacity. 2,000 capacity. Ooh. Well done. Claims that I got more cable, but I got none. An extra cable. And how about... Come on. Done there. I'm gonna use some of it immediately. Yeah, we're gonna need some of that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 10 liters. That's about 1,000. And that's still only less than a third. Alright, the whale did better and faster than expected. I'm sure it was gonna take a long time. But no. Ooh. We could get rid of this one. And make another one down here. Could also make one here. Make those two together down here. Because then, as a crafting part, we got it right here. Yeah, sure. Why not? Let's see. Yeah, filter system. Good. Wait, what? Ooh, that's actually possible. I mean... why not? Use the space a bit more efficiently. But speaking of efficiency, then I probably should move these, what's the temporary boxes, over to the other side and make more storage here. Because God knows we desperately need it. Yeah. Then we can have 12,000 withers. I mean, we could make it bigger by making 1 or 2 more. It will be something akin to one here and one here. But I guess that's up for debate. Our bridge in the wall, but that works. I wouldn't mind making 1 more. Stainless steel. Are we full? No, we're not. Oh, that's one. I'm a dumbass. That was explain a lot. $2,800. Really? It was saved again. Oh wait. Autosave. Didn't do much, but did some. Actually. Oxygen extractor. Actually take a real good look at that. Where are you? Oh, yeah, portable. Outputs, oxygen. How about we just move on? Really move on. Yeah, of course, I thought I needed it. But apparently no. Navigate these to point downwards. Sure. Sure. Boop. Alright. So 19. But the next one is 20. So I think about 30 more. And then you. Alright. Let's have us in here. So if I ever lose that one, I'm in trouble. So actually, with that in mind, I think I'm gonna do this. So, because now I should never have any reason whatsoever to touch that. And I guess if I do this, then making the equilibrium across the tanks should be easier, since now it can stabilize through each end of the system, instead of only being able to equalize the pressure between them all from one place. And I can back up. Back up plus progress. And done. Alright. Only 362 left. I'd say that's good. Yeah, since this being whale and all, then we can't build on it. It would have been wonderful being able to build like a what's that called? A set of solar cells. Doesn't even have to be max or mid. Just the small ones that would be able to lay flat across the body. Just those would make it much more better than while just laying here. And getting sun. Then it could grab some electricity too. Unknown, here we come. You can see. I don't see this. Really? Hello, Gemini. Hello, Gemini. Oh no. Oh, I think it's because this. Yes. I can see it. And here we go on a fairly long sail. Fairly long sailing. Aha! 415. 4 points. stage. Awesome. So we've had those small friend units just fly off before when being on that. No, what should call it? It's not a landing pad. Charging pad. That's probably it. No, seems like this day. I don't remember what was on here. I'm gonna take a tiny break here. Oh, hello there. What kind of box are you? 'Cause you don't look like a normal nothing box. I had a feeling. Is that my box? Holy. Money stacks. Out of war, trouble journal, stopwatch, commander's log, and lots of money. Jeez. that's why it's important to do some research. If something looks thus, then take a look. Well, that seems to be it. I completely forgot that we lose health no matter what if we go beyond our limit. It's not just extra tax on our battery. There's also a tax on our health. I think I remember this bit door. Yeah, door here. Only nothing place. Yeah. Oh, there's something. Keys to imagination. That's not fair. This one's been planted after we were here. It seems like every place we have emptied completely for stuff. There can now be more stuff there. I mean, with the majority of everything, it's great that there's more things to discover. But in another way, slightly annoying. Because that means that now I have no longer emptied out everything perfectly. But then again, it's also been some time ago since I last did that. Why won't you? Because one thing is that for a long while we didn't need all of those materials. Another note is that we'd hit the max level possible, so even if we did go all out and got everything, then we wouldn't get much out of it, other than just materials, which we stated had too much of. Let's just say these last couple of hundred in a more leisurely way. Another music thing. Almost on top of it. $32, $31. Well, I think this is as good as it's gonna get. Hey, 174. That's pretty good. Is it going to be nighttime? It is. Well, I could just hurry. Never know what we're gonna find down there. But I'd rather be armed to the teeth.
Caretaker, Research Outpost Theta 9 is still broadcasting an emergency survivor flag. The signal is old, very old, but it has not cleared itself. Someone, or something, was left inside after the lab sealed.
Third outpost Theta 9 for the last remaining survivor.
We are inside.
No,
This was not
really.
only a research station. The growth patterns match early cocoon architecture. Before they became hazards, they were called systems.
I'm gonna change back. This one is more effective against these. We need power in order to get power. Which means that there's another way inside. Probably from the... could be in the floors. Oh, we could do that, but... that's really cheating. Except it doesn't look like there's... there. I mean, we could, but... I mean, we shouldn't. That wouldn't be fair. We just start glitching the game on purpose. Mission and power. Alright, before we found this room, then it was going to say, let's go back to the ship and heal, because we definitely need some kind of healing. But if the game is just gonna give us healing, then I see no reason not to comply. Pico ID Research Outpost Theta 9 Ventilation Free Authorization required. I thought so. As soon as we would enter here, the pressure would begin again. Damn, the light on this thing is actually great. I think it's because it's much broader. Whereas the other one is more concentrated. here we got the unrealistic things, like iron beams being buoyant. Sorry, but can I borrow this? Thanks. Ultra scrap. Nice. Let's see, what were you doing? Power guide. Nah, humans won't need to acquire research output theta authorization. Download complete. Authorization has been granted. Have a nice day, caretaker. Nice, that's opened. And that's us. Search for the last remaining survivor. Wait, let's do this so I know that I have been here. Then I'm gonna take you with me. And let's get some power. I wish we could just hold it in to continue. Plus 1, 2. Might as well check the rest. We never know what we might find. Damn. Only missing one. Down to 18 HP. That's a bit too close for comfort. The power, it is what it is. But our health, that's another matter. That's one we got to. I had a feeling that there would be at least one more. So This is the new model. Or newer model. Our model. I wonder why in this place there's a mix between the old models and the new ones. Right, we're in, boys. Alright. Let there be light. How much? Ooh, it's taking one. So that would mean that we should have about half an hour's work time with that one. So it would definitely be pertinent of us to go back to the ship, empty all of our stuff, and also get full power, but bring more thingies down here. Whoops. Always forget that this is possible. It's equally as annoying each time. Oh well, as I said, let's go back because I also forgot to refill our mega cell. I wonder what the intended way in were. Surely it was not intended to shoot those things from the outside. Maybe it was up there. Anyhow, we are here now. Alright, what bombs do we have? One fire grenade. We got ammunition, weapon, paper, consumables, equipment, parts, material, food, memory. We don't have one that is like bombs. Why doesn't bombs count as a consumable? We do don't really consume them in that regard, but we do utilize them once. Category, weapons. That works. We're gonna go out and in again, still in category. In here, let's place it. Yeah. Oh, right. Lack of power. Forgot to turn that one off. Might as well use those so they are not. We don't have their weight to think about. Speaking of weight, do need to lose a couple of kilos. I can always grab that one again. Let's get up to like 50. That worked. It wasn't beautiful, but it worked. Now we get to you. How about... balls. Let's try that again with less fuck up this time. You failed successfully, I guess? That's a bit more tried and true. Balls. This time I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you good. Alright, so the big one in the middle, which I guess seemed like the most important one. That one got taken care of. Yes, but that one don't need that. that one was way bigger than I expected. I thought it was like hung over anything. Like a wall or a shelf, something. Not it being like just on itself. Damn. Some of an infestation that's in this place. Yes, we're slow. This is our max speed. 1, 2, 3. 150 kilos. Just organic matter. It's crazy. And there's even more yet. Gas in it? No. That's fine. Didn't intend to use it anyway. Except for maybe trying to get up there. That might... Nah. Never mind. Alright. Now this room is clear. I'll check that later. Nutrients. They're gonna say back door.
This is the chamber.
Not.
No active life signs, but the recording matrix is still intact. The system preserved his final state as a hollow memory.
Take a sample of the last remaining survivor's hologram using a photo drone. And I got one on me. It's a bloody well should. I'd gone slightly ballistic if, after all this time, I did not bring it with me. Alright, let's see.
Scan complete. Subject identified. Dr. Marcus Roth. He did not survive the lab. He survived long enough to warn someone. Roth built tools for survival, then watched them learn how to live without him. He left behind one useful thing: abyssal propulsion schematics. Stronger thrust, deeper pressure tolerance, longer underwater control. We can upgrade the water jet.
Nice. And we're gonna need to clear out this infestation. The good doctor deserves that. Come. Here. Tide Ripper TM Twin Jet. Associated with the normal Twin Jet. It's not just a normal jet. A hand jet. Associated items. That seems wrong. Anyway, dual underwater jet system with stronger thrusts and better handling than the standard hand jet. I wish that we could get a version 2 of this one. That one stares like every type of shit. That might in some way be in the spirit of how water skis works. But this one's just, I don't know. Kind of feels worse. Oh wait, we get these for free. Hello, beauty. Transfer you to number 3. My max speed is 16 right now. Right, no staircase up there. Well, we gotta go back to the ship no matter what. I had a feeling. That was anticlimactic. That's not much to get up here. I mean, more of the pretty tables, but and one bar. Don't think there's anything to scan here. I think these are either unscannables or already scanned. Yeah. Oh, of course, that's why. Jump down here, take those out. My best guess is that they have glitched through. Oh, I've gotten a decoy. Distract hostile forces by emitting simulated heat signatures and acoustic noise. That'll probably help us getting out of here unhurt. At least, kinda. could try this way out. Might be the fast way. Never mind. I'll leave that for later. Ow, ow, ow. Can't get out through here. Maybe get out from the one up there. I don't want to risk that. So let's use the way we know. This way. Is it this way? No, it's not. This is just a different infested area. It's fine. It's only the underwater things. The nocturnes. That one goes further down and out. Sure, let's try that one. Actually, I wish that we had a watch. Shit, that's a lot. Alright. Oh, I actually had it on. I can't remember something. Oh, which button is it? Here. Drop. No, holster. That one. I don't know if it activates if I just drop it. The reason why I don't. Well, It is a little bit faster than the other one, but not as fast as I had expected. That felt like at least 40. Oh right, probably there's some in here. Much better. And food. See, we got pigments for upstairs. And a little bit of processed materials. Why can't I get you to use? Another stupid thing. What the heck? Now do this because seems like it charges faster, and we can move around both of us. The rifle charges, and then we can recharge the negative afterwards. Since that one definitely charges fast. Then we might as well do it like this. What else? Ammo. Gone. One tiny electric grenade. Gone. Decoy parts. Guess I could bring one more. So we got two. And let's bring three actually. So now we can try them out and see if they actually do something. Alright, ammo, sure. Other ammo. Should we bring big booms? I mean, it's not like there's a lot of opponents left. As far as I know. But God, that's 35. I don't know, we're gonna bring 4. Definitely bring 2 of those. And plastic, iron, plastic, iron, plastic. Plastic. is the copper. Copper and rubber. Okay, so then we can take these two, attach with an extender, and connect these and the last one to the system down there. I'll use just one of these first, together with the one that's already down there. Charge injector is actually a good idea. Because we never know when we get the next chance of getting more health. And we got a lot of them. Are we ready? These. This gotta get rid of. This. Got a few bombs. Abyssal light to find way. Yeah, I think that. All in all, we're ready. And I'm gonna remark the place. Downwards we hit the 40s. And the marking disappeared again. Didn't know. There's a reason why it's set. The markings doesn't disappear from the ship when we're up there. Why would it disappear from here? Let me kill it, goddammit. I don't think there's any more collectibles here. But now that I can activate loot pick up her? I could check for good. And this is what I meant regarding extra power. I knew that the other power wasn't enough. Just to be sure that we can work in peace. Come on. One, drop two. One extender. Is this we should have, oh, we do have double the time than before. That should, and here comes the should resolve in us having about an hour down here. That's time's gone. Then we need to put 2 new in here. Let's see what these minis can do. Really just hide everywhere. Well, that seemed to do the job. Almost at least. Jesus, there's a lot of these fucks. One dire clusterfuck. Finally. He's already down to 54. There's a lot going on here. But we got no more missions. It's this one. Why do we keep trying to sink? Why not just float at the top? That's weird. We'd have to get them all the way out with us now. Just out there. It is easier to remember that they're there. Jesus. Alright. Let's try this. I can't with this clutter. Just go. That's the way we used before, like the first time, right? I think it is. Seems like they actually are swarming about this thing. Toaster. one. Then up, up, and away. Hello, wonderful daytime. Nice. Oh, right. Oh. Flags they're off. Right. I just remind myself that I did have the what's called the Oni Mega. The Mega Oni? The Moni? No. The Mega set. All of these wonderful materials out in the ocean, and I can't get any because I don't got enough space. For fuck's sake. Everything is too far. If that's not the issue, then something else. Drop one, drop two. Memories. Drop batteries. Drop strange minds. This and promotion. Now there's most likely plenty of it that's down on the bottom of that. Another waiting. I can continue, but Those were nice. But not very useful underwater. Unless we use a lot of them at a time. What? Clear. I guess soon to be clear. Come on. This like this. So, because then it's easy to see that they have been quote unquote blocked off. So that those have been checked and done. Not north one after there. Hello, buddy. I'll give you a couple of minutes out of the water before we get dismantled. They do be repurposed. Right. Okay. That's what I forgot. So you see, I've thought about bringing another one of those, but, you know, forgetful. I'm not sure, maybe my RAM doesn't run right. Maybe it's my processor. What do you think? Processor? Yeah. I expected so. I mean, you've been in this line of business longer than I have. At least longer than I can remember. I'll take your word for it. Apparently I can't do anything with it. Can't click on it, can't do nothing. It's just there. Let me show around a bit before, you know. And this is where we were just before. I'm gonna put you down a bit. Need to grab all of this. Alright. I haven't checked down here yet, but... Oh wait, yes I have. That's just a lot of... nocturne, something's down there. But this room is actually very pretty. I guess. Let's see. Keep a look on that. %13% for one of those. Damn. That's a lot. So actually, I'm gonna dump here. And with the fire, because where I'm going, they won't work. Well, probably don't. Whoops. Need all of that ammo. I think half's fine. Rifle slam, right. Let's use the slam first. And then change over to try. Alright, here we go. Oh, good news is that I did get it. It's celestial cylinder. Ain't that cool? Health back, please. Thank you. And then back into the fray. But the small one down here, I'm just gonna take that with me first. Ultra tech. That's a aged Lesser cylinder. So these must have been in that times Lazarus racks, or at least Lazarus parts. Because if this one is a cylinder, then I would guess that maybe the seeds got in these. Take a look on the underside. I'm actually not sure. I mean, they look kinda small to contain the seeds. Maybe the cylinder is the same as the normal small square ones. Then why would they be placed on top instead of inside? How can water splash through water? Well, minor mistakes do happen. Alright, so that's this room. I mean, the stuff could be placed on here. just enough out of sight that you couldn't see it while everything was still here. You wonder what this is. Oh, was. What that was for. What for? What it was for. And this place, I had actually forgotten about this. Let's check if I do have to throw them. Can't remember. Oh, I don't. Brilliant. Alright. So with the slope here. I'm gonna get in through that one. That makes sense. I couldn't quite get why there weren't any places up there to get in. That's because there's one here. That makes more sense. Floaties. Out of solid metal. Oh yeah, less slimes. So my initial thought was that the Lazarus seed containers should go into these, but these are not big enough to go into those. Oh, hello there, Goofballer. Welcome to the stream. Start reading the chat stream. Your day has come to rise above. Well, I guess there's always something you can rise above in one way or another. So, I guess in some way that could be correct. Let's move this up here. This here. So your tendrils lie here. Okay, so I'd like this one to land approximately, not all the way down there. Oh well. I guess it worked out anyway. A great ball of fire. Wire, bioorganic materials, and some metal scraps. Right. Sadly, nothing of note in here. Other than this guy. So that's rooms cleared. That's access the exit that's been cleared. Gonna bring this guy with us. And this bed got titanium, aluminium, and high-tech scraps. That's clear. Same here. Right, it's just a straight plate. Wonder if we can get up there. Wonder why the light changed. Because there's light everywhere else. So yeah, and the light haven't turned off, so there's still power. Ooh, that's not a lot of power, but still power. Total of 234. 32. So the reason why I'm thinking about up here is because some of the other places we've been, we could actually get up under the ceiling. See, that's the wall. See what I mean? Something up there. And so far, what we know of, then the developers doesn't put stuff in that we can't get to. Clearly there gotta be some way up there or a way to get that down here. Hold stuff 4. No. Hold stuff 3. That's less than 1 kilogram of overload. Yeah. That removes a little bit too. So it's all about with this trying to maximize how much space we got. Because we don't get a whole lot of it when things weigh this much. It might be that they want us to shoot it down. Because so far I don't see any climbable way up there. Except if we build it ourselves. Hey brother, your time has come. Alright, how much do we get from you? Hello, conduit, disconnect, screen cooling. Sure. That actually sounds good. And iron plastic. Nah. There's like 200 and close to 300 kilograms here. So those 5 together is about 250. 20 additional kilograms for the rifle, and then some amount of ammunition. So we gotta come back again. Let's see. We had another way. It was. Which way was that again? Not that way. All of this back and forth. Have I turned all around? Up here, maybe? No. This one ends here. That one's closed off. Nothing there. Not over there either. It must be up here. That's why. Because it's up and directly to the right. My head continued to say in here, but it's not because that's just the wall. We were here. Come on. Sit down you go. And then up we go. Seems like I need to make some more rifle try. Got one of those left. Don't actually need to carry that around. Don't actually need that right now. Same with this little guy. Full. How much we about? 1802. That's fine. Oh, fuck's sake. Stop that. Start grabbing stuff. So I don't think I will ever get used to the attempt of simplifying the buttons in the game. I mean, some games convert what's it called? Controller key bindings into PC very well, and sadly others doesn't, because controller key bindings are in a way too simple. Too simple in a way that it doesn't translate well into PC. Only got 10% on us. Might be from this. At least 4% were. Don't need this one. So we only got 6% carrying capacity on this. Now we should be able to grab all the rest of the stuff in one go, but we would still exceed our maximum capacity by like another 100. So we are gonna be slow. Right now our running speed is 25 and jogging is 18. Just you wait till you see how we're walking with all of this extra mass. I think it's somewhere this way. If I want to enter the same place that we exited. I need to find this one. And the power's off. Well, I guess it actually did work for about an hour. I think it's closer to 45 minutes than an actual hour. Only, that's why, it's because they're 25 each. I read it as 50 each because it's the amount. Well then, that's much better. Because then we got like 125 kilos less to take care of. If we had this one on us, that would be another 20. And these two, another 10. So, yeah. With all of this and the expected additional 125 kilos, we would have been up on 283. But instead, we can just go out of here with our small 128. Jeez, this is difficult to see. Oh, sorry. I forget that if it's difficult to see for me, it's probably close to impossible to see for you. Right. Goodbye, place. You were actually quite interesting. Let's see if we can't find some more biomass down here. Because by God, there's been a lot down here that just fallen down. But this one doesn't seem to want to glide all that well across the bottom of things. Well, that's good to know. I'm starting to like this thing very much. And boom. Not even enough space. It's a good thing that Omega 3 is the thing we got, I think, close to the most of, or at least one of the things we need the least. One of the things we need the most are that. Star and ammo. I guess that's kinda fine. Ah, much better. Much better. return our cable. Take 30. No, it's not to connect ourselves, it's just because this is the fastest and most direct way of getting the owner cell, except if you go in here and take it manually. Alright. That one is actually empty. That one is still not functional. Some god awful reason. And this one is clear and ready to become additional storage. But what should we put here? I mean, we could change it up so everything is big boxes. Yeah. That might be a thing for next time. Could be at 1802. Yep. Anything needs fixing. Under 90. Thank you. Close enough. So on average they were all just about 90. And all of this are all of the rest of the things that we didn't pick up, I think. Yeah, all of this should be scanned on the inside of the area. And that were all of those tiny nocturne things. So that was the research outpost Theta 9. But we didn't get anything new. That's interesting. Well, we do still have 2 points down here. Though I don't expect this one to be anything big and grand. Because the other one we found of those were just a refueling center. Yeah, that one. I'm guessing it's the same as this one. That one, there might be something in there. But I'd like to take a look over here. Not that one. But down in this area first. Because I think I've heard something about that there should be something right about where the starting sanctuary is located. Spawn point. actually lit. Jesus. And so you can see how this is correcting so much. I guess not correcting is probably closer. Because of how the sea moves. Like before, then our line were all over here. And a mark here, but not wall. On the bottom line here. That was where our navigation line were before. But because of either high waves or maybe because we hit a shark or two. Then our navigation line shifted dramatically. And it continues to. I guess because the waves are actually still... They are not high, but they are definitely lively right now. And that can move a boat immensely. So you're really gonna be careful when you're dealing with the sea. B59 and 371, that's fine. It's brown actually. Like usually if I just, on those two copters, if I just read free something, then I won't think about it anymore. Oh, is this the Winston place? Actually, I'm actually very curious. How does that place look like and hold up right now compared to when we were down there in the beginning of the game? Probably. thought about that a bit ago, so we didn't have to swim nearly as far. But at this point our double jet is actually faster than our ship, so it's just a bit more risky. Oh right, I want it marked. Closer than I expected. And then there's that fucker. Alright, this is a normal angel and not an archangel. The archangels are green. But that doesn't mean that the normal angels can't attack. They just usually don't. They usually do not. But we have tried before that an angel have attacked us unprovocated, unprompted, everything. Just because it could. So I'm starting to have this thing that if I see an angel and I need to be in that area, like grabbing seeds, then I'm taking that angel out. No question about it. And just trash. This doesn't sound like me. Have forgotten someone? You must have infested this place afterwards. How dare you? After I spent so much time cleaning up this place. And at that point, I also had removed all of the ocean trash. But I guess game-wise, it's a good thing that it come back. So that places you have ocean bottom places, I guess. Those areas that you have cleaned out completely, that they still hold resources when you get back to it after some time. Right. This is many times easier than when we were here at the start of the game. I guess one thing is that we don't have to worry about our health nearly as much. We don't have to worry about There's a new sound. I don't think I've heard that before. It sounded like a rolly, but they shouldn't have respawned. Anyway. I forgot what I was saying. Spawns. Oh right, the differences. Like this place were so difficult to do just about anything in. I don't think I can do anything there. That one's too far up. This one I could. And then come on. I had that one. And this is what I mean sometimes when I talk about the climbing things in a game that is clearly not a climbing game. Sure, some of the climbing things are great, but a climbing puzzle like this in a game that doesn't seem to care that much about precision, that's just a bit weird. What the? Oh gee, thanks. I want to get up there, and I'm gonna. But let's return to the ship and get some health back. It's right underneath here. Might be a shortcut there. It's right in here. This might be one of those that have been implemented after the game was made. Let's see. Are you a violent son of cunt? Not yet, at least. Up, up, and away. To infinity and beyond. And I wanna mark the boat, so it's easier to find. Then back down. Oh, 1.5. Never mind. Winston Gray. Alright, Winston. What are you keeping from me? I'm gonna get it, you know. Not here. Here it is. Alright, I should have brought one of the other flashlights. One that's not as powerful. Here's the one that we got right now. Bit too much power behind that compared to what we need down here. Damn it, I didn't bring either materials or another battery. Dang it. What would I need for one battery? Here. Personal connector ports. Fabric. That's the always forget fabric. Everything else I always got with me. Fabric I always forget. Yes. At least we didn't fall that far. At least we didn't fall far. At least we're still here, I guess. Alright. So... and that one's trading. Alright, I tried to scoot a bit forward and lean into the screen to see if that would help anything. That only seems to make things worse. But what if I just lean back like I usually do? Alright, regarding to the thing that I talked about before regarding the light. The reason why I don't like this flashlight in here is because it's too centered. I can't see the world around me very well. It's too focused. How high are we jumping? Regarding if it's just a spacebar tab or if I hold it and it's the same amount of jump. Well, I have tried some games that if you just tap the spacebar, then you don't jump very high. And then if you hold it, then you jump much higher. So you got different jump heights. But in this game you only got one, and that's jump. Which I should probably have thought about if that were the case. Like, at some point before we had 140 hours in it. Let's return to the boat and try again. And this time change what lighting we got. I know we can do it. I guess probably I just need to be a bit more patient. Only 2.6? I thought it would be way higher. Yeah, oh well. Think the second one should be perfect. But I'm also bringing the all-around and night vision. Even though the night vision in this game is terrible. 3. That was close. Grab paper. Why do I still have one on me? Alright, I touched the wrong way. Need to be 4 real food. And I forgot to pick battery again. Ooh. Yeah, so far I like this much better. It's concentrated and I feel like I can see everything much better actually. I overcorrected. Deep breath, then easy does it. But yeah, I think those that feels like And they cheat me. Places like this that are so close that it's easy overshoot. And then places like that where it doesn't wanna grab. Yeah, it's mostly places where if you keep holding W, and you need to do that in order to climb. If you don't hold W, then you won't climb, then you just fall. But sometimes, if you keep holding it at the wrong time, then you overshoot completely because you get too much speed. I think we're kinda close to do that. And then places like here when it doesn't wanna grab. At least the walls looks pretty. Guess we could try. Yeah. Damn. Something. Only one king. Something like that. My initial thought was hail to the king, but that's not it. I think. Long live the king, that's the thing. Just in case. Yeah, we got up here. It's actually really pretty. The last explosive. Nice. And both the Lazarus seed container and this Lazarus cylinder, seed container and the cylinder. That's right. Program manual, battery, ultra tech. Hello there. Cognitive cards, fabric scraps, biology notes, and more ultimate scrap. And this one. Old human seed container. This one, with newer ones we got, these automatically enter these when they get close enough. Then they inside here. We actually got some on the ship. We can take a look at them when we get back. Funny thing is that this one doesn't have a display. That might be in comparison with that it's one of the old ones. This one I want. Hello there behind the table. You are coming with me. Non-scannable, always scanned, always scanned, and non-scannable. Right. Something I've thought of. I've forgotten what. Alright, task. And I'm gonna keep the task. I'm only taking this out because it's one of the errors in the beginning area, and the fact that it's not entirely done kinda bugs me. That's what I wanted to do. Use this one. Actually, I can see the water really clear from up here. But nah, this is much more pretty. Yeah. Then we're gonna jump from here. Come on. Oh yeah. And that's how you fall with style. Oh, we can switch it up like that. And that's pretty neat. I don't have to go into the inventory to switch out. Just do it from the food menu. Alright. Well done, programming team. Well done. Right. Off we are. Could take a look at that one, but then the status of it would change to no longer unknown, but seed vault X. And I don't really like that. Because I much prefer having it only being numbers when I have actually used it. So that in that way it's easier to keep track of which seed vaults I have emptied and which I have yet to go to. I should probably re-equip this one. What else? Memories. In here. Lights. In here. Medium to large battery. Yeah, and I forgot a lamp. Change to what? Should we just say bombs, explosives, and in the all? They all have the type or subtype as grenade, so I guess grenade would be best. Black. That's the first black one we got. Even this one is not entirely black, if I remember correct. But not. Oh, no mind. The rubber is actually entirely black. And our diesel is just beneath 80. 18. That's fine. Perfect. You and let's continue to dock 37. This time we are actually gonna end within an actual dock. That's actually real nice. I can't remember the last time we were in an actual dock. Let's correct it a little bit. I guess technically it's overcorrecting, since it's calculating in the motion of the ocean would push us astray. Nah. You have 92. Don't like that. Why are you so much lower than the rest? You're not hitting each other. And you're still at 96. You're still perfect. You're perfect. Same with the three of you and the fourth one. To refuse and use. All of these looks fine. Our tank room. And where we place all of our humans. Because it seems like the most practical place to put the humans. Because it's the closest area to the deck, and instead of running in and out of the ship from the bow, put them in there. It's easier, faster, much more practical. Alright, now just gotta remember which side the opening is on. Just by. Oh. Then the opening spawned in. Right as I started to turn to get around it. I'd say let's back her up. apparently there's an item here. Well, it might just be the bio waste. That would make sense. Because I know for certain that I've emptied everything out of this place. Except for maybe power. That's actually the one thing I'm unsure if we removed. That's the power system. I'm like 80% sure that we did remove it. Because there was no thought at all about coming back here. That's kind of strange music. That's the first time we've heard that. I don't mind it. Just fairly weird. It might be because we're at home. It's an infestation in my home. Let's do this. You tiny fox are not gonna infest my home any longer. I'm damn well sure of that. Do it literally myself. Oh, whoops. Didn't think this one took that much energy to power. Can't even see how much energy you're using. I can't reach our material hole from up here. You produce nothing. You guys should also produce nothing. Oh, well, you're producing 25 watts. That's something. This. Nope. Got these two. Connect you two. And the reason why I'm blocking those out and stopping those is because of these bad boys. Stabilizers. They are so expensive in electricity. So, while we're docked in here, of course I don't want them to use our power. Then I'm doing this so that I can better remember that there's something there. 26. And 30. Still doing something. And we are passively using 10 kilowatts. Now we are passively using 400 watts. And that I can live with. Like this. What happens if it turns off the boat? These should still generate power even if everything else is turned off. And they do. Wonderful. Even though it doesn't look like it, then they do. Jeez. It's so strange being back. Another new tape spawned here after we left. That's actually one of the reasons that spawned scrap. Earlier there wasn't enough scrap at the start. But it's really fun to see how everything looks, how everything feels at this point. When we've been away for so long. Jesus. I thought the sun was out, so you stuff didn't do that. Apparently. Kind of fun. Oh, but yeah, as I was saying, or at least tried to say, we spent, I don't know, was it 6? It might have been like 6 streams just in this place. When we first started our journey. So that's what, about 16 hours? So let's see. No, that's more. Nah, first 5 streams, yeah, sure. Well, let's say our first 5 streams just to do something easy. That's about 20 hours. So we spent 20 hours in this place. Scavenging everything. Learning how to do anything. Oh, we still got balls. Nice. That's fun. Learning how the game works. It's strange, to say the least, being back here. After all the time. Oh, close. can't get enough power. Oh, so close. Come on, I just want one hit. I think we deserve that. How about more direct shot? And then we hit the hit underside of the net. You really like the rim, don't you? Damn. Yeah, those moving shots, they're quite a bit more punch. But also much harder to anticipate. And since the game isn't too fond on quick catching, then we need to stay right in the way of the ball. Really? Oh. Alright, but yeah, let's say we've used 20 hours here. Then from we left and until we're back, the time in between there have been about 120 hours. Because as of now, we've played for about 140 hours. It's a little bit more than that, but still. So yeah, I guess you can see why this feels slightly strange to me. Being back after so long. And after we've learned so much, experienced so much. And as one of the things I mentioned the last place we were, that up right here, you can see the tiny ledge there. It's possible to get up on the roof here, and in that little crawl space. Then you can walk over here and get up here right above us. So there are places where you can actually get straight up under the roof. Which went 74.7. I think we've gained a little bit. If I turn you off, can I then still heal? Yes, I can. Fantastic. Alright, I don't remember if I showed you these seed pods. But these are the ones that I talked about when comparing them to the old Lazarus ones that we found in the underwater grave. Inside these are the new humans. Though we do need to grab one more seed from some random place. Because we can send 4 people up into space at the same time. I mean, why not do exactly that? Send 4 people when you can. So maybe we go to the seed reserve. But I can't remember if I actually got everything from all of the seed reserves, or if there's one that I only took like 1 or 2 off. Which is the whole reason why I don't like only taking a couple. Because there's no way to make a permanent waypoint in a place so that you can remind yourself whether or not you have done a thing. And but I could also just take like this one by the grave. That would probably be easy to remember. Or the one right next to us would probably also be easy to remember. Or we could take all the way up here to Prometheus. That's a long ass way, but we're guaranteed that there's still some in there. So we don't have to poke a hole in one of the seed reserves. But yeah, this is all of the places we have been so far. Everywhere there's unknown, there's so far, except for the seed reserves, only 4 places that are still unknown to us. But at least 2 of these places are gonna be known to us next time. So we're gonna hold off probably a couple of streams with sending up the next humans. Because we need to grab one from either a seed reserve or all the way up here. at Prometheus. I'm probably just gonna pop up my seed reserve even though I really don't want. Because I can't keep track of them all. But again, that's not for next time, that's for maybe in a couple of weeks. Because I wanna check the last two interesting locations first. Because the water graves, they are fine, yes, but they are just not as interesting. But yeah, this is it for today. Oh wait, I gotta have a goodbye music. So, this is it for today. I hope you have enjoyed this day and enjoyed what we've been up to, and that you're looking forward to see what kind of mysteries we see at our next two locations. The tube is probably not gonna be all that exciting when thinking back on the other one, but the robot location, that one I'm quite sure is gonna be at least somewhat exciting, since there's a roly boy there as the symbol. And that usually means that there's some kind of combat encounter in that area. If I remember correct, then it's not a small one. It's one that is gonna be interesting to say the least. I am personally looking forward to that part. So, but yeah, thank you all for joining in. It's been a pleasure like always. And I hope a good evening and a good night wherever you are. I'll see you next time. Bye.